Alright, we are live with session 14 of Hunter the Reckoning, first edition. Uh, 2 weeks ago, there was a bit of running around, finding more information, but does anybody remember specifically what might have happened?
All right, let's try that again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
There we go. Now we're functional.
Well, I wasn't here, so I don't remember what happened last time.
Yeah, we can find out what Sarah was doing afterwards.
What did we do last time? Let me think.
Shenanigans at the park, I remember.
There were some park shenanigans.
Apparently people went back to the park and did some more stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We went when we were watching the park. We saw those people, and turned out it was the vampire lady, right? And she was investigating the wolves too. Or was that game? Am I losing my mind?
Nope, you're correct.
Okay, good. All right. And she noticed us but didn't talk to us or care about us or anything like that. And we didn't bother her, and there was no wolf attack that night, so everyone just sort of went on their merry way. And later I get a phone call or something, and apparently I have a meeting with the vampire lady that I get to go to. That's tomorrow night, right? Officially, because we're not in the next night yet.
That was for tonight. We had broken into the morning and then ended.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, fair enough. What else? I don't remember what else we were doing. I roped a couple of people into following me.
Yeah.
And just in case things go bad, I don't expect them to, because we're having dinner at the fancy restaurant.
Yep, at the Crystal Water Parlor.
Yep, that place.
Other things, Daniel saw two people scuffling and fleeing, and when he saw them fleeing, there were some glasses on the ground, which he scooped up.
Yeah.
Dr. Phillipson.
And it turns out those were the werewolves' glasses.
Dr. Phillipson got notifications that Sean had dropped his class, his Tuesday-Thursday class. Daniel was looking for information on somebody that knew how to pick pockets and how to get close to people, to refer to Carl, and told them the information. He worked mornings at the Fried Frenzy, but that day Carl decided to go in the evenings, and he wasn't working there, so he's going to come back the next morning. Someone by the name of Mercury Sparrow. Daniel then went to the crime scene where the most recent body was found, which was kind of out in a dilapidated neighborhood, out in front of an abandoned house. There wasn't much to be found there. He then went to the sheriff's department and spoke to Deputy Dale Jody, who confirmed that bodies were found, but was hesitant to talk much about it, and off the record mentioned that they too had been drained of blood. The body at the most recent one of them was confirmed to be a woman by the coroner. I don't remember if it was the most recent one or the previous one from Halloween night. When Dr. Phillipson got to his class, Sean was not there, but Dakota was sitting through the class. Even though he does not attend the class, he seemed anxious and agitated, and then afterwards mentioned that he does not hold a grudge against Sean, so if that was the reason why he dropped the class, relay that. He just wanted his property back. Cody's office was visited by Demetria, who left contact information, and when they talked later, she wanted to meet, and she gave all of the choices to Cody, but Cody was like, nah, you can decide, which she was surprised about.
Oh
And,
yeah. Like she got to choose like where and when, whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, her point of view is, I'm in the position of power here, so I'll let you choose the meeting place and stuff. But that choice was deferred.
Yep.
In the morning, Daniel went to visit Cody. They talked about some of the stuff that he had found out. Also mentioned the glasses and left them with Cody. And that was Friday morning, the 8th of November. And we will now figure out what was Sarah doing, because Sarah was not at school that day. Thursday. Or from Tuesday to Thursday. What was Sarah doing?
Let's see, Tuesday to Thursday. I mean, Going back to what happened last time, last thing she was like seriously involved in was the ghost child possession event.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think she would be doing a combination of like she already had an interest in figuring out how to do something about mind control and mind affecting magic, and didn't have anything useful there. So she'll probably be continuing that, and also probably checking in on that family, those people and that kid, and trying to make sure she's see if she can like spend some time talking to them, helping them get through whatever insane trauma must be happening there on both the parents and the kids' side. Um, she feels like some vague responsibility for that, and wants to try to clean up the mess. That seem reasonable, or?
I don't think as soon as this is, with them still being in the hospital and being checked out, I don't think Sarah would be given access to them.
Okay.
Not being a
Let's
family
see.
member type thing.
Is there anything else someone would have wanted me to be doing during this time that would have been helpful for them, or?
More research, perhaps.
Sure. If
I don't
there's
know if you
any research
had.
topic,
Yeah, I don't know if you had any other personal goals that you were looking forward that you could be out shopping
no.
around, or.
The other only personal goal is just like she's trying to stay connected with the like homeless community, anyone whose problems might not be showing up on the news for the group to try to deal with, any of those kinds of people. So she may have found some project that needed her attention on that side of things.
On the side of the homeless community, give me a general charisma, empathy, good listener would matter. And also,
Approachable.
yeah, is eligible. I was doing listens to get the backstory. Please announce how many successes you guys roll.
All right.
When you get them.
Difficulty 6 base before
Yes.
my stupid modifier kick in?
Yep.
Okay. 8 successes.
All right. So in your mingling, in the time being up to that, you are getting the impression that there are several members that are in and out of the homeless shelter that have moments missing out of their memories. And doing just a little bit of cross-referencing, some of them can be placed around that homeless camp at the night of the previous murder, where Cody and Sarah went. Right, it was Cody and Sarah that went to investigate and saw the plaster track or whatever leading that
Yeah.
way. So several of them can be placed around that area around that time. But also a lot of just random people are missing times, and that would take a lot more effort to try to track when and where, because you'd have to find people that do remember them at the time, But
I
there
need to
are a
find
lot of
secondary witnesses.
there are a lot of homeless people that just seem to randomly lose bits of their memory.
Okay. Well, that's a good project. She could definitely spend several full days on, between like researching how to help people with missing memories, or try to recover that information, or also doing the manual legwork of figuring out where they were during those times.
Yeah. You also don't get the impression that they're worried about it. Right? It's not like they're scared that they're missing memories, or even that they know that they're missing memories. It's just something that is observable.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the ones that
I
are
mean,
missing those moments don't seem to care that they're missing those moments.
yeah. I mean, that adds up, but I'm concerned that they're missing those moments, and I'm a little bit concerned there might just be people who fell off of people's memory and just cease to exist as far as anyone's concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be trying to keep an eye out for evidence of that.
Okay. So now let's jump to Carl.
Okay.
You were going down to the what was it? The fried
Frenzy.
frenzy. You were told by the one cashier that he worked from 8 to 2 generally.
Yeah, and he's mid-30s, red hair.
Mm-hmm.
So go in like mid-morning, late morning, and look for him.
He is not hard to find. When you do happen to go in, he is doing some sweeping and some cleaning of the dining area. He is in and around people.
Well, I'd order some fries and a drink and watch and wait.
Okay. You
If
order
you
some.
want it by the table that I'm sitting at, then hand him the matchbook that I got yesterday, and where I had scribbled on the inside, "After shift, need to talk."
Okay. How in depth do you watch him?
Actually,
Okay.
if he has any experience in it, that I think he has, he'll know me. I'm watching.
So yeah, he is sweeping, he is cleaning up, he is in and around people. He then goes to, when somebody does come in to the counter, he will put his stuff away, go down to the register, take their order, stuff like that. So he seems to be, when nobody's in there ordering, he is doing other things.
No, is he the only one running the counter?
No.
Okay.
They seem to be splitting up, so. But he will
Okay.
do counter
So
duty.
wait for an opportunity to slip him the matchbook. How to do it? Sub surreptitiously. I can't pronounce that right.
Surreptitiously?
Yeah, surreptitiously. There you go.
Let's see how well you manage that.
Okay.
What do you think? Dexterity subterfuge?
Normal roll.
Yeah.
only got 2 successes.
All right. So you are not an expert at slipping things to people unnoticed, but you do manage to get it there without too many other people noticing.
Okay. Once I think he has it, I'll meander over to the bar and wait my hours there, drinking. Fries are probably better at the bar, too.
But yeah, you notice when he does have a moment, and he will take out the matchbook kind of curiously and with a puzzled look on his face, and look at it front, back, open it up. And then the rest of the day, are you waiting there the whole time?
No. Finish up my food and drink and then go to the bar.
Okay. At about 2:30, he walks into the bar.
Raise my finger to get his attention.
He will do that, glance around the place, glance over his shoulder, and then walk on over. He stops where the bartender is and asks for something softly, and then walks on over.
My name's Carl.
Mercury.
I had a friend find you for me. Looking for some specialized training.
He tilts his head. You want to learn how to take orders? Sweep floors?
No. I would have picked, by the way, a booth that's like not near anybody else at the moment, so we can talk a little privately. But I want to make sure like the waitress is not like approaching, the server's not approaching. And if they are, I'll wait until they're gone.
Okay, yeah. Somebody does bring over what looks like a glass of cola. Sets it down in front of him.
Okay. I need to learn to get close to people without them noticing and bump into them.
I see.
And I'm kind of a big guy, so I know that's a little bit challenging.
Well,
Out of character, what I want is to learn the specialties feigned innocence for subterfuge and trailing prey for stealth once I get my 4th dot in each skill. So I want to get training for that 4th dot and get those specialties when I get it.
he seems to be debating with himself for a moment. May I ask why?
Carl looks pained, like he doesn't quite know how to not lie about this.
I don't want to train pickpockets now. In fact,
Right, I don't intend to steal anything, if that's what you're concerned about. I just need to be able to get close enough to bump into people occasionally. And do it without being suspicious. Maybe doing it when there aren't many other people around so that it would stand out. I need to be able to do that. think of it as a form of communication.
It looks like a weight is lifted off of his shoulders. I suppose I can do that then. Do you have a time frame? Did that come through?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to like elaborate, like if he has any requirements for the training, like how much it will cost.
No, yeah. Do you have a time frame?
I'm not in a hurry, but it's something I do need to work on. We can begin when it's reasonable for you. I don't know what your requirements would be. Like, will we have to go like to the entertainment district to practice? Do we need to find someplace alone? Do I need a friend to help? Do we need to like find someplace where we won't be seen? That might be useful. I could do that probably. Something like that. I need to know more in that regard, but I don't have any immediate hurry for this. This is something long term for me.
No, I can arrange that. The people, the places. How about twice a week?
Okay. Sounds good.
If you
What's
get
the
me
rate?
your number, I will make sure to get a location for you, and we can start with the basics and go from there.
Give him my number.
He will give you his as well. Let's see. Tonight's Friday. How about... Well, can you start tonight?
I'm gonna need a few hours first to finish a couple things up back at the office, but afterwards, yes.
Okay. He gives you a place. It is on a Friday night, probably out near the movie theater. Nine o'clock-ish. Good?
Okay, I'll be there.
All right.
Wait, what's your rate? What's your
Oh,
how much for your time?
I want to do an assessment and see if it's worth trying first.
Fair enough.
He finishes his drink and then gets up and leaves, sets his glass on the bar on the way out.
I'll wait a little while and then go back to the office. I got Friday paperwork to do. Friday's usually when they want me to make sure all their complaints are filed and prepared for the schedule and make sure all the rents are taken care of and things are filed away.
Carl, give me as you get home, a perception awareness.
Few successes.
When you get home, it is still sunlight, daylight outside, but there is an uneasy feeling that washes over you briefly.
Then I'm gonna have to go and check everything. Does it occur when I enter the office, or when I'm walking to it? When do I get that feeling?
When you are like pulling in to the parking lot and walking towards the office.
Stop. My first instinct would be look in the direction of Sean's apartment.
Okay. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary.
And then look around and see if there's anything out of order.
Give me a perception alertness.
Same result too.
You see, since you're looking around, cautiously aware of something going on, there are two, at first glance, looks like teenagers, but on closer look, they're probably in their mid-20s, kind of sitting, watching the apartment across the street, but not adjacent, right? From each other, they'd probably be at like a 45-degree angle apart that you'd have to pan to look at them. And then down the street, there is a rather beat up old brown sedan that hasn't been there before.
I wrote down agent, but I wasn't sure what it was. Did the guy who was looking into Sean before, did he have that brown sedan like that?
No.
Okay. Then in that case, head into the office. And once I'm out of sight, send a text message to everybody saying that my place is being watched. Be careful if you need to visit. And then I'm going to go check the surveillance cams that I installed to see if anything shows up. For the past few hours at least.
Okay. That will probably take you some time to start panning through that.
Yeah, probably at least a half an hour or so.
I guess with the message, I would probably glance outside to make sure I'm to see if my place is being watched or not.
It does not appear to be. You still have, hold on. That clock is annoying. You still have, I don't know if we got the text message that had the time for the meeting tonight or not. But
She didn't give me a time yet. No.
okay, so you have, with that text message, you notice that you have another one, and that text message is for 8:30 at the Crystal Water Parlor. And it also says dress nice, and underneath that says if you need an outfit, one can be arranged.
I will send the message back that I have an outfit. So he would have an outfit for when he visits family and stuff. They like fancy places like that. So
yeah, but by the time the Carl's message gets to you, it's probably about 3:30. So you still have a few hours before that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take. So I don't. No one's watching my place. Do you want me to come by and take a see if I can get a closer glance at him?
You called me, or did you message me?
I will call you.
No, I'm gonna have to leave a little later anyway. And I don't see anything. I don't know, ominous yet.
Are you sure they're watching you?
My place. I didn't say me.
Oh, okay. Oh, so what if they're watching Sean?
I don't know. I think they might be. I don't know. So I'll wait a little bit. I have an appointment later this evening.
Okay.
What about Ezekiel or Sarah? Do you do anything with that message?
No, not unless someone asks me for something. That seems very much Carl and Cody's wheelhouse.
Yeah,
Um,
nothing specific with that.
I will send you a message there, Sarah. Do you have Sean's number? Does anyone have Sean's number or have contact for him?
I think we do. You called him more
Yeah,
than
I
once.
think both Sarah and I do.
You may want to give him a heads up that that there's somebody in the parking lot possibly watching. Not
Yep,
sure
fair
what their
enough.
intent is, so
I'll go ahead and send a text message to Sean. Your apartment building is being watched. Not sure if they're there for you or someone else.
Okay. What about Cody and the glasses?
yeah. Okay, hold on. Was it was Ezekiel that asked me for the or told me about the glasses initially, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would call you personally then.
Right.
Hey, so I found those glasses.
Dakotas?
Yeah, apparently, it's kind of complicated, but apparently there was a scuffle, and the glasses were knocked off, and yeah. Anyways, but yeah, they're fine, I guess. I don't. Do you have a number for the guy, and we can like return them, I suppose.
I see. Did I get a number from Dakota?
No.
I don't think so.
Did Sarah have Dakota's number?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Sarah knows everybody's number.
Like this supernatural switchboard.
Sarah
Yeah.
is the busybody.
that is what my character is specialized in. Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, then maybe get him to her. Get him to Sarah.
Yeah,
She
then she can arrange that because I have that meeting tonight. So
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. All right, I'll call Sarah.
All right.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you the things at 8:30. So
Okay. Yeah, that's great. I will be in the area.
appreciate it. So but yeah, then I'll call Sarah. Hey,
Yeah. Hey, Cody. What's going on?
so there was a weird thing with Dakota earlier today, and apparently he lost some glasses that were very important to him, unknown why, during a weird altercation with Sean. It was with Sean, right? Like my memory is not being bad
Yes.
here. Okay. Um, nothing serious. It doesn't sound like, but he dropped his glasses and he's upset and was looking for Sean to return them, but But anyways, I have them now, so can I drop them off at your place so you can return them or contact them, because I have a meeting tonight with with what's her name? My brain isn't remembering names right now.
Demetria.
Demetria. I have a meeting with Demetria tonight. Oh, I didn't tell you that yet.
You have a meeting with Demetria tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. She requested it.
Oh no. Okay. I don't know how to process the amount of concern that causes me.
Yeah,
Do you
we're going to
have
the fancy
backup for
place.
that?
Do I what?
Do you have backup for that?
Yeah, Ezekiel's gonna come. Well, he's not coming with me. He'll just be in the area. So
He'll be in the area, so he won't be watching the conversation the two of you have.
correct.
So if, for example, you started giving her descriptions of all of us and where we live and our home phone numbers, then forgot you ever had that conversation, we wouldn't be able to tell.
I don't think I would do that. And
Lots of people do things that they don't intend to, and I'm
yeah. Don't we have that weird thing that sort of protects us a bit from that?
okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Be careful, and
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe when is this?
Tonight, 8:30.
8:30. Maybe just you'll just send a text at 8:45, something like that, just to make sure that we know everything's going fine.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay. Right. Also, Dakota needs his sunglasses back. Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
There's a lot of little drama, so I'll drop these off a little later on my way to the restaurant to you, if you're going to be home.
Yes, I think I'll be home tonight.
Okay. All right. So I think we're all set up there. I'll go shower, shave, make myself look semi-presentable, and get one of the nicer suits that I still have from visiting my family when they want to go out to eat. So that's basically what I'll wear. So got fancy suits. He can show off if he wants to.
So the order of things is probably going to be Cody taking the glasses to Sarah, then Cody and Ezekiel heading out to the Crystal Water Parlor, and then Carl heading towards the movie theater.
Yeah. Unless something happens with these morons watching.
Yep. Carl, going through the footage, nothing seems to have been tampered with by anybody. You can see around when those people showed up, and they've probably been there for about an hour or two before you arrived home. They arrived at different times. The sedan, you don't know when it showed up. Sorry, I get an echo and I have to stop because it's annoying.
Did any figures go through the parking lot?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, going through that, you don't see anybody had approached any closer than where they are now. And during the daytime, there was no movement around Sean's apartment at all.
Okay, that's it.
Alright, so Cody, you swing by. Does Sarah have anything she wishes to do in light of this new information before Cody arrives?
Before Cody arrives, no. I think she's going to call Dakota after she has the glasses.
Alright, so is that going to be anything other than here they are, bye? Does Cody have anything else to talk about?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think, Yep, I'll just, keep in touch and make sure I'm okay, but I'm not too worried. I don't think she is a threat at the moment.
When you say that, please tell me you don't mean you don't think she's dangerous.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
she's not likely to, kill me right there and then. That's all. That's all I mean.
Maybe, yes. She terrifies me as well.
Probably for good reason, but no worries. So, don't worry. I'll keep you informed of what happens.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Have a good night.
You too.
And can you go with Carl first real quick? Because I have to do a couple of things real quick. Okay? Do his thing first.
The timing doesn't match up, but okay. So it's later. Carl, when you leave your apartment, you notice there are two more people very suspiciously not being suspicious watching the apartment complex. They don't seem to be paying any attention to you.
Okay. I'll go to the movie theater. Get in my truck, drive away.
Heading out towards the movie theater, there is a showing that looks like it is just getting ready to start, one that is getting out. So there are people out and about on the street outside of the building. And it doesn't take long to find Mercury. He is leaning up against a building, seems to, at first glance, appear to be smoking, but it turns out he is chewing on something instead as you get closer. Good evening.
Evening.
So, around here, I have several friends, I guess. We are going to test you out on how well you can. Now, you just need to touch them without people noticing, right? Is
Or
that what
bump
you were
into
saying?
them. Yes.
Okay. So,
Think of it as a sort of a subtle form of tag.
right.
If I do bump into them, I want to be able to pretend I didn't, or I'm sorry, it was a mistake.
So these are for you then. And what he does is he pulls out these small 1-inch by 1-inch Post-its.
I was going to recommend chalk.
If you can manage to leave any of these on some of the informants, we can go from there. Now, everybody, and he begins pointing out to people. Certain people are all wearing kind of like a black bandana with a stylized, we'll say a movie logo. They are the ones with me. They are the ones that will be grading you. Random people, if you can manage to leave them on some of them without them noticing, will be extra.
Okay.
But to start, and he will call over two people and kind of walk off to the side, and he starts showing you the basics, misdirection, try to, get their attention somewhere else as you do so. Different ways of doing such.
Okay.
Now, obviously, they all know that this is happening, so they are going to be a bit more aware. But them noticing you isn't necessarily a failure in this.
No, I understand. Definitely.
And then for the next hour,
I come up with excuses to walk around the place.
yep. And
then I'm up to other people, trying to like stand in line for the movie theater, just out for a casual stroll.
this would probably be 2 rolls in general. A wits plus subterfuge, and a dexterity stealth.
Difficulty 6?
Yeah, difficulty 6.
Three successes for the wit, and 4 successes for the dex. Well, subterfuge and stealth, respectively. That's better than spotting people earlier.
All right, so after about an hour, everybody gathers around again, and they start to examine people. And some of them were like, they're complimenting you on, hey, that was a good technique what you did there. Why don't you try this next time? Stuff like that. And in all of that, there is one person that actually has one of those still on them. So either they did not notice you putting it there, or they did not notice where it was so they could take it off. And
Does Mercury notice?
Mercury nods approvingly as this happens. Yeah, I think we can work on this then, yes. Rates. He names a reasonable price, something like, $20 a night for an hour each.
That sounds pretty cheap, actually. I was thinking more along like 40 to 50 for a session.
He will take more if you are willing to pay more.
Yeah, $40 for a session is a good one for me. So, twice a week?
Twice a week. The time and the place may vary, but I will send a message to the number you gave me.
Okay.
After maybe another 2 or 3 nights with people that I plant in the crowd, we will start working on non-plants.
Okay. Sounds good.
And give me a perception alertness, too, for the night. Difficulty 6.
That's uncommonly good for me.
What'd you get?
3 successes.
3. During this time when you were walking around doing these things for the test, you happened to notice that Mercury was also bumping into random people working independently, and I don't know what you would assume at the time, but after about 45 minutes, you noticed that he was in fact stopping a pickpocket, running interference, bumping into people so that they would then check something and move it to a more secure location, and he started to get a rather dirty look from somebody in the crowd.
So there was presumably another pickpocket working the crowd at the same time?
Yeah.
And he was sort of like disrupting what they're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, at the end of the night, it was nice working with you. I look forward to this. I find this an interesting task.
I'll see you for the next section then. Do you want me to practice or do any homework?
If you think you can without getting in trouble with anybody.
I think I can do that occasionally.
Maybe. And he starts to think, if you could find, I don't know, business cards or matchsticks, and see if you can't plant some of those on people or in pockets without them knowing. That might be an interesting self-assessment.
I'll think about it. There's a couple other things that I might try instead.
But yeah, he then, heads out. Most of the people that were with him each go their own separate ways.
Cool. Good night. Okay. I don't know if I want to go back alone. Yeah. I'm gonna message Sarah.
Okay, we will get back to that because this is
Yeah,
after Cody's
after.
meeting.
Yeah.
Sarah picks up while driving the getaway car away from the burning building.
So was Sarah contacting Dakota at all yet?
Yes, she was just gonna send him a message. Hey, I have some sunglasses that I heard you were missing. You can come by and pick them up, or I'll give them to you the next time I see you at the college or the shelter. Whatever's convenient for you.
He would probably respond that he can meet you tonight.
Sure. Sarah lives in an apartment that's like right above a coffee shop that's near the college, and so it's open late. Lots of students studying, so she'll just head down there, get something decaf to drink because it's late, and let him know where to meet her.
Okay. All right, Cody and Ezekiel.
Yep.
First off, what is Ezekiel's plan for this?
Oh, pull up the city map real quick.
Wait, what?
Can you pull up the city map?
Oh. I suppose.
Think I remember correctly, and talked about finding a bookstore like that was nearby, where I could just go and browse and read while monitoring my phone for messages if there's an issue. Probably something now extinct, like a Borders.
Let's
Or
see
this part of the
here.
world, I don't know, maybe a Hastings.
Around this area, there are no chains, but there is a local mom and pop bookstore. What name would you like to give it there?
Novel ideas. Nice.
Yeah, that or like Round Again New Books or something like that.
Which name?
Round Again Books.
Round Again
Round again?
Books. All right.
Undercover sounds really strange.
Buy, sell, trade. Kind of thing.
Where do you want it, on the north end or the south end, or north or south of Crystal Waters there?
I think this would be like, yeah, a little bit north.
All right. So it's probably a block or two away.
Yeah, that sounds right.
The Crystal Water Parlor is one of those places that has a very large lot. So lots of parking. They would have a valet at this point. Probably, so
Yep.
a lot of nice, fancy cars. Not everyone is a new car. There are a few older ones in here, and they tend to be parked closer to the street and further away from the building.
Uh-huh.
Wherever you look, you see lots of people in nice evening gowns and suits, very well dressed.
Yeah. Yeah. So his old pickup truck might look a little out of place, but that's fine. He still looks nice.
You do not get very many looks
I
from
lost you.
the. Hello?
Here you now.
Yeah, you glitched or something for a moment.
That's weird. You do not get a lot of dirty looks pulling your truck in, almost like they are used to it. This is not an exclusive club, it is just one that a lot of nicer, well to do people go to. But the town itself is not, you know, a very rich town, so the money tends to be among a few people. So they deal with everybody else.
Nice. Hey, at least I still look nice.
Yes, you still look nice.
And I do tip them well. I always tip well.
Um, let's see. You probably would have gotten a message to let her know when you arrived.
Yep.
So on your way up to the door, she meets you.
Oh, I would have activated my thing. I'm not playing.
Okay. Spend your conviction. You activate second sight.
Yep.
Also, want to do the foresight while you're at it?
Yeah. I guess this would count for foresight, right? There's some risk here, I imagine.
You can use foresight, but no gambling conviction on this one, I think.
Yeah, fair. Okay. And that was intelligence plus vision, right? Yeah. I think it was. Is it a 7 normally? I think. Wait. Yeah. Okay. I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, 4C is difficulty 7.
4.
Alright, so you have 4 rerolls available. With your second sight, she does not look like she does without it. It is kind of disturbing. She looks like she has been probably dead for 100 years. So while you can still see her features there, she is very desiccated. Almost like a skeleton with a little bit of skin around it.
Okay.
So she is
Interesting
obviously
conversation.
a vampire. And I need from you... Let me see here. Do they have... probably a wits plus willpower roll.
A 6.
Difficulty 8.
Okay. What's plus willpower? I don't know what this is for, right? This is sort of like an automatic.
This is for your reflexive reaction to seeing her this way. Kind of like keeping your composure.
Composure roll. Gotcha. I use a reroll for this too? I don't know.
No.
No. Okay. You said difficulty 8?
Difficulty 8, yes. Not too bad, but there is a slight bit of recoil when you see her.
Okay.
I don't know if you wish to mask it as something else, you can.
Yeah, if you'll just do a slight cough or something like that, just kind of.
Give me a charisma subterfuge.
Performance? Ah, something.
Yeah. I'm so good at this one. Is this one a 6 though?
Yes.
Wow, a 2. I'm amazed.
You think you managed to conceal the reason why and pass it off. But she does, as you're walking up, she appears next to you, holds out her arm, or actually, she would wrap her arm in yours if it's available.
Sure. We'll go with this for the moment.
And as you get up, she mentions that you have a reservation, and they let you in. And inside is a rather large, kind of ballroom style thing. There are some tables off to a side. There is a rather large dance floor. Everything is glass or crystal appearing.
It's definitely been a while. But it has not changed since I was last here.
No. And there is a bar on the other side too. And so people are, mostly at the moment sitting down either at the bar and, is it a maitre d', gets your name and leads you over to a table.
Okay.
Please feel free to order anything on the menu.
Thanks.
She places an order for something light.
Yeah, he's probably not super heavy eater in general, so he'll probably do something similar. So nothing too crazy. But he might get something he doesn't get very often. So just out of more curiosity than anything else.
What I wish to discuss with you, I would rather do while dancing in a little while. But if you have anything you wish to ask or know, feel free.
Why dancing?
It provides a reason to be close enough to not be heard.
Okay. Questions. Let's see. How would he handle this? How long has your family been in town?
She gets a rather amused grin. Family. That is interesting. I don't know if I would necessarily put it that way. To one degree or another, a few decades.
I see.
Is there anything else, or just small talk for the moment?
I'm trying to think. I had things in my head when we first arranged this, and now, of course, I have to rethink them. You are obviously a private person and wish to keep a lot of your stuff private. But we seem to have both have an interest in this, in our college friend. What exactly is your interest that you could, assuming you can discuss that?
Oh. Well, I would say that he was a victim of circumstance. And unfortunately, that circumstance needs to be rectified. Now, to no fault of his own, as long as he, shall we say, maintains good grades and appearances, he should be fine.
So, I'm guessing good behavior and appearances are important to you.
Yes, very much so. I'm not exactly sure how or why, but you seem to be aware of things, as well as a few others that I have seen around town. And I find that curious. Most people should never be aware of us. Causes... Oh... And she names, a particular date, and like the disaster in London, for instance, and whatever date that was.
Okay.
The news has it down as a cow kicking over a lantern in a barn or whatever, but sad to say that was purposeful, because too many people became aware. When too many people become aware, it causes chaos and havoc, widespread panic.
Well, I assure you that in no way do I want widespread panic.
Nor do we.
So, but no matter how much we try to hide things, there are always people who know how to find things out.
Indeed.
But you guys are pretty good at hiding, so I don't think it is very many. I think your secrets are generally still pretty safe at the moment.
That is good. Oh, we wish to live in peace just like everybody else.
On occasion, my investigations lead down odd paths. I just don't discount the unusual as being an option.
During this, the meal comes. She is not eating it. She is picking around. She is feigning going through the motions.
Pretending like she's eating, but not really.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she seems to do that very well. To where, when you look at her plate, it does look like food is actually leaving.
Because she ordered such a small amount, she just moves it around the plate and stuff, making it, yeah. Got it. But he will eat.
And at some point, live music starts to play. And shall we?
Sure. It's been a while, though. I might be rusty.
I follow very well.
Okay.
Uh,
It's probably not terrible of a dancer, though.
so it'd probably be performance. What do you think would go with it?
A performance? I don't know.
Intelligence, dexterity, wits, charisma?
I'm just trying to make the moves, so I think charisma would be more like in trying to draw attention with your dance, and I'm not. So I just want to make sure I don't step on people's toes. So maybe just dexterity in this case.
Okay. Dexterity, performance.
6, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Or rerolls. I'll use one of my rerolls on this just to make sure I don't accidentally draw attention to myself.
Okay.
Zero. Okay, see? Let's hope this one is better. 4, look at that. See? Good feeling on that one.
There's some kind of anime in here where someone is, has the power to see the future and they just use it to dance better in some competition.
That's horrible.
That is incredible. Wait, is that a botch? Like that's more than half? Oh no, you need ones and literally no successes rolled.
That is a failure.
Yeah, it's just a rough failure.
It's the new style. She was very good at this 100 years ago, but
yeah. Well, she was attempting to lead your motions so that it made you better at dancing, but it doesn't seem to have any effect, and it's not needed at all anyway.
Maybe my good dancing startled her. And she got a little discombobulated.
But she quickly gets in line, and you seem to actually fare well with most of the people. And while dancing now with music going on and going across the floor, she talks a bit more freely, I suppose. Now, I must say, you are a curiosity. Do you wish... I don't know, perhaps influence? An alliance of sorts can be quite beneficial.
What would the terms of such an alliance be?
Mutual non-aggression, for starters. A sharing of information.
I'm going to ask a couple of blunt questions first, if you don't mind.
Sure. And she wait for, she whispers for the motions to wait for certain dance moves so that you just happen to be in the right position to be a bit more subtle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still going to be kind of subtle, but I need to know your rules regarding how you eat and victims that might occur. I need to understand better what you guys do and how you live.
Well,
I
you
mean,
understand
given
that.
the media, let's be fair, they don't paint you very well.
Well, you do understand that. Well, let's say this: you could donate at a blood drive, what, twice a year safely? 3 times a year safely? People replenish. Um, Corpses do not replenish.
Okay.
So as long as there is control and moderation, nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to be put in any harm. That being said, there are a few that ignore that, and they
Like your
cause
current problem.
problems with us. Yes. When that person is found, they shall no longer be a problem.
And what do you normally do with people that do find out about your secrets?
She looks at you and tries to assess what kind of answer you might have a problem with.
I will say I prefer the truth, even if I don't like it. Does it mean I won't say no, yes or no to your to what you want? But I prefer the truth, because if later I find out that it's wrong, I'll be far less happy.
We prefer willing cooperation. Uh, there are ways to do unwilling cooperation. There is also shall we say, a sharing of power that also instills loyalty.
I see.
For instance, since you wish the truth, if you were to perhaps sample a bit of my vitae, you would find it harder to oppose me, yet you would also gain strength and resilience out of it. It is one of the reason why. Oh, what did I name that guy? Aniketos is as good a bodyguard as he is.
Hmm. Do you, or could you, force someone into that situation?
Yes, but it is never, shall we say, if it is not approached willingly, it is harder to maintain.
So there is still, they would still end up fighting at some level.
They could, yes.
Okay.
And
So
with mortals, it's there's always a bit of fight. With our own kind, it is a bit more absolute. It takes a lot longer to fight against that.
interesting. our current problem, your current problem that we have stumbled upon as well. Do you not have the numbers to find this one, and take it down, and deal with it?
They are very good at hiding themselves at the moment. We are getting information after the fact.
I'm guessing you have people inside the law enforcement, then?
It is probably safe to say that we have people everywhere.
Yeah. Fair enough. Do you know what they want? Like what their ultimate goal would be?
Chaos, from what it seems. Trouble, attention, awareness.
Did they come from outside? I'm assuming they're not someone that you knew before that has just gone rogue, unless they are.
I do not know who it is yet, so I cannot say.
Oh wait, we still have that picture, right?
Yes, you do.
That's right. I do have a copy of that. Okay. So cool. I'll wait on that for a second. Tell you what. We'll call this, at least until we can take care of this issue. We could work together on it and see how that goes. I can't make anything permanent, though, at the moment. I'd have to consider that. But I don't mind working with you, at least on this particular issue, just to see how that goes.
This sounds promising.
Yes. I will think on other things, though, but I am... do you guys tend to threaten to cover things up as far as the newspaper and things like that goes? I'm curious how you cover things up that, you don't want spread.
There are many ways. For instance, the preferred way is to get agreement not to share information. That doesn't always go well. But if we can make an ally out of somebody that has been sharing information, we can get them to cease sharing information that way. It is also not beyond the realm of possibility to take the memories of certain things out of people's heads.
Yes, I've seen that trick.
It all depends on what exactly is needed. Not every tool is useful for every situation.
Didn't quite answer my question, though. Is threatening off the table or no?
No, not for some. If that is the only tool they think they have available.
More of a last resort is what you're suggesting.
For some, it may be a first resort.
There are journalists who will never shy away from reporting the truth.
Let us say that I have somebody, hypothetical situation, in a position of media that is working for me and that knows certain things need to be kept out of the public purview. And then somebody else goes and starts to share things. Well, that person under my influence may threaten somebody, even though that is perhaps not my wishes. People choose how they fulfill their duties.
I see. Understood.
My way typically is just to talk to the person, see what they know, see how much of a threat it is, and then get them to come around and also see how much of a threat it could be.
Well, I will tell you this about me. I just want to help people. And if there's a threat, regardless of the kind, I will take down that threat. If I can. And that's really it. My interest is not in any sort of, hunt down all of you sort of thing or anything, which I'm sure you've probably run into, I imagine.
Oh dear, yes.
But yes, as long as, you are being truthful about your methods, I think I'm okay with that. Like I said, I'll think on that. I like to think things overnight instead of making rash decisions. But but yes, I mean, a person no one is immediately an enemy until they've done something that would make them so, if that makes more sense.
That does. So I will reciprocate too. These things. I am aware of the incident at the summer reenactment.
Yes.
They are new.
What do you mean? Have you just not noticed them, or are they actually new?
No, I suppose I shouldn't say they are new. Occurrences like this have happened in the past, from what I hear, just not in the numbers they seem to be happening now. It is quite concerning.
Looking at the room, do I see anybody else that would be weird?
Looking at the room, give me a perception alertness.
The 6, I'm assuming.
Yes. What did you get?
I got 3.
3. You happen to see scattered throughout, and if you had to guess, there's probably 100 people around in view. Not everybody is always clearly visible, but on the dance floor, you do see 2 separate people that seem to be walking corpses, dancing, not with each other, each with somebody else. Behind the bar, you see somebody that is very pale skinned and seems to have an exaggerated mouthful of fangs. And among the servers that are waiting the tables, there seems to be somebody that is kind of glowing softly with a blue aura.
That's new. I'm curious. Do you notice any of those things here?
Here?
Mhm.
No.
How do you know they exist?
They don't. And she glances around for a moment when people are not as close as they might otherwise be during this. They don't die the same.
Ah, I understand. Interesting. Okay.
They taste different.
Mhm. So you can't really tell until that point.
I cannot personally know.
It was more of a curiosity. One last thing regarding the wolves. Was that the doing of your problem, or is that a different problem?
I am still trying to figure that out. There are some that do have an affinity for nature. This person may be one of them.
Let's go back to the table. I have something to show you. Unless there's something else you wish to say.
She'll go back to the table.
First, I will text everybody. I'm fine. Everything is good so far. just so you guys know.
Good to know.
I realized, wait, I forgot to text you guys.
By the way, I haven't been eaten yet.
Yeah, they have not been eaten. No mind control. All is good. I'm
I
still
am
me.
not being compelled to send this message.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on one moment.
Mhm.
Um, when she sees you take out your phone and start to send a text, she smiles softly.
All right, I'll send that, and then I will pull up the picture. So we got some information I got some information the other day from a potential witness to one of the incidences. It's not much, but if we are going to be sharing some information, then I figure I should show it to you and see if it might help. This potentially may be a picture of our problem. So not guaranteed yet. Again, its source was unsure as there was some memory loss involved.
Do you hand the phone over or do you send her the picture?
I'll hand the phone over first and show it to her.
She'll take it and look at it.
It's not much, but
I do not recognize this person, but I can at least start keeping an eye out for them.
like I said, there was some memory loss, but they apparently were able to snap this. Now, I don't know if the person is alone or if there's, maybe one of the people with them or not, or whoever it might be, but potentially someone to talk to regardless.
Would you be willing to send that to me?
I would. The same number?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll send it over to her.
When you send it over,
Mhm.
assuming you do it now,
Yeah.
there is an alert from within her person where she seems to have her phone concealed at the moment.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Well, I don't know of how much help this will be. I have been doing a little bit of research on certain things, and you do seem quite capable, as well as a few others around you. However, she kind of goes into a small handbag that she has had around and pulls out a kind of a business card sized object, but it seems to be a thicker plastic.
Mhm.
Uh, if an emergency arises and you do need a place to be safe in, this will get you into the lobby of Fortutech.
Understood.
Now, it
Thank
may
you.
come with its own dangers, of course,
I
depending on
imagine.
what trouble happens to be following you, but I can assure you that none of my personnel will harm you.
I see. So they'll know what this card means, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll continue to look around and I'll let you know if we find anything that may be of help.
I do appreciate it.
I do have one question, just to make sure that our timeline is right. Is Sean, if my memory serves me, is Sean the first victim of our issue, or was there one before that maybe I'm not aware of?
To the best of my knowledge, Sean was the first. It was a very public thing. Normally, that is a sanctioned activity. No, not sanctioned. What is the right word?
Forbidden?
Regulated, forbidden.
The right to create somebody is a closely
Oh.
guarded, and permission is often withheld until the right circumstances.
I see.
If
And I'm going to
this,
assume a forced creation is definitely not something that you would approve of then.
yes, not to share too much, and granted, if this information gets out to the public, I happen to know one of the possible sources, but if this were a larger city with a more staffed government, she kind of says the air quotes there without holding her hands up, Sean and the person that made him would both be destroyed for that sin. As public as this instance has been, however, and Sean seems to be having good intentions, I don't see the need for that. However, the one responsible for him cannot avoid that fate.
It's true. We can't risk him doing it again, obviously, and him leaving a a bunch of chaos in the town is not helping either, as well as the victims.
And not only that, think about it from a practical standpoint. a village of people can only... sorry. A herd of animals can only feed so many people sustainably before the herd perishes, and the people then perish. Too many of our kind tends to have too much competition, in which case things grow more dire.
Do you count as like a leader of sorts then among them? Or just curious, like structure-wise?
She kind of leans back on the table and assesses you for a moment. And what would you do with that information?
More so just an understanding of, let me put it this way, on a long-term perspective, if there are conflicting groups, may we say, and you are just a minor figure, no offense to you, of course, then I would want to know what I was getting into in the long run. Not to say that, I guess you could say I'm just curious to make sure that you have the power to make this decision and it's enforceable across the board, if that makes sense. If you wish, maybe the right word would be influence. Are you influential enough to make this decision? Even if not the leader per se.
She thinks, and then does some quick assessment. I suppose in certain terms that might be more understandable, I am upper management.
Okay. Would
Within the city, I am among the top, yes. However, there are higher positions outside of the city, but if they were to visit, hierarchy must be maintained.
Understood. Okay. Would there be competing factions that we would have to be concerned about within the city? Not this random issue, but like an actual faction.
That is still to be determined. It is always possible.
But currently not one that you're aware of. Is that what you're suggesting?
Not that I'm aware of, yes.
That's acceptable. I will take in consideration. At least for this particular issue, though, I will do my best to send you information, and I would hope you would do the same. And maybe together we can find this person quickly and deal with them before more issues arrive.
I will share this. One of these opposing factions has no respect for our laws or yours.
So there is one, but you don't know if they're in this town. Is that the concern?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I see. So it's possible this person is part of that?
It is possible, yes. They tend to find our rules chafing, and they fight against them. They would rather rule from a position of power than what they see as fear and cowering.
One last question, more out of curiosity. When did you find out about me? And my whatever friends you know about, of course.
I think find out is too strong of a term.
When did you
She-
start watching? Paying
She will
attention?
pull out her phone
Mhm.
and, as limited as it is, she seems to start going through small text files, and she names the date of the Civil War reenactment and also the date of a mysterious trailer park fire.
Okay.
And something else. But all situations of mystery. Oh, the hiker being found.
The hiker, right? Okay. Were the black cars yours?
I'm sorry.
The black cars. There were black cars following. There was a black car. It was black, right? Yeah. Following me for a few days after the fair incident, the in reenactment incident. Is that yours?
No.
Interesting. You have problems with government entities or anything like that?
Always.
Is there one that knows of you being here?
There are a few that suspect. I suppose not
Okay.
me personally being here specifically, but of our kind. There have been groups throughout history that become aware of us.
I see. Okay. Well, that removes you from that list then. Thank you for letting me know. Well, it has been a lovely evening. I believe we are done here,
Quite.
unless there's something else.
No, if you need to leave. Otherwise, we can pass the rest of the evening.
Yeah. I will be in touch regarding the larger question that you asked. We'll figure that out after we deal with this. Okay.
Of course.
Good.
Stay safe.
You as well. And yeah, he's gonna take his leave at that point.
She's gonna stay for a little bit.
Okay. I will get a glance at this glowing figure if I can spot them again. More out of
Okay.
curiosity. What you said, is it like a blue aura kind of thing? Is that what that
Yeah,
is?
it's a very soft glow.
Okay. What does this person look like?
They are young-ish, clean cut, dressed like in waitstaff. Let's see
It's one of the
here.
employees. Okay.
Yeah, it's an employee.
They're supernatural. Just don't know what it is. Maybe some sort of fairy or something? I don't know. He has no idea. He's like, what is this?
They glow.
I know. Look, I got vampires down. We got undead walking things. We got warlocks. I don't know what this is. Did the warlock glow? What was the warlock's thing?
They had there was a floating crown over one's head.
Here, I will drop an image.
Oh, you can go back to
Save
the
image.
corkboard. Oh, it didn't even. My brain.
What, did you have something else before you leave?
I rolled on that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Did you hear me? I was like, I would have rolled that if she was lying about anything that she said. I'm sorry. I was trying to I meant to do that a couple of times and my brain was just off. Wouldn't have confronted her, but
Can probably no. To determine a lie, manipulation, empathy.
Empathy, I believe. Yep.
I will use the reroll on this. 6 still.
6, yes.
Celia, were you talking about the dark blue Crown Vic that had the
Was
light,
that what it was? I thought they were black. My brain.
like
Yeah.
plates
Those
that didn't
cars.
exist?
I'm sure. I'm sure Joe know what I meant.
On the board, I just read it off the board. I saw.
No, the Crown Vic was recent. These were the ones that were following you right after the Civil War enactment.
I thought that's what I'm reading, right? Cars followed chosen witnesses, weeks for chosen days for witnesses. Dark blue Crown Vic. License plates don't exist.
Oh, yes, those then.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Yes, my brain was trying. I thought they were. Yeah. Okay. They're dark blue, not black. But yeah. Okay. He knew what I meant, so I'm assuming my description of them was. It just means that we knew the vampires weren't the ones following us.
Let's see, are you on the cork board? Yes.
I got it too. Just so you know.
So that's what the guy looks like.
Cool. Guy probably looks sweet with his blue glow. What are you talking about? All right. Yeah, I got a 2. Let's see about her lying.
Let's see here. You didn't pick up any obvious tells of lying?
So relatively truthful. Okay, cool. Okay, regarding this person then, so they're just a wait staff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I won't make a big deal of it. I'm just glance over them for real quick, kind of, and then move on. Yeah. I'll also kind of glance at all the other supernaturals, just so that, and other random people. I don't know. I'm trying to be non-suspicious about it, so I don't accidentally draw attention to this poor guy who may or may not be on the vampire's radar.
Okay.
So, yeah, how many vampires did I see total in here? 3, 4?
One other besides her.
The bartender, right?
Yep.
Okay. So only the bartender. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. So, and a couple of the undead things and the blue glowing guy. That's an interesting group. All right. So, yeah, I will call Dr. Ezekiel afterwards. Well, it was an interesting conversation. She's a very interesting person. Yeah, we should definitely meet and discuss a few things.
All right.
Yeah. But I'm good though, so you can kind
You're
of
safe and
go.
everything.
Yeah. There was no
Good.
threat
Good.
or anything there. I didn't think there was. Yeah. Yeah. So
Good.
I will definitely be giving you guys more of a lowdown later. Although, any word on Carl? What's going on over at Carl's place? He had some issues over there.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything since the text this morning.
Okay, I'll give him a call.
Now's
Alright,
probably
The text I sent you
when
guys about the surveillance was not this morning. It was like
or
middle
whenever
afternoon.
that.
Yeah,
In the
3 or 4 in the
afternoon.
afternoon.
and
Oh,
now
what did
is
you say? I think my mic was off at the time because I was doing something. What did you say?
For my
In that
text
text?
for the surveillance, it was basically my place being watched. If you need to approach, be careful.
Okay, got it.
and now is probably about when Carl would be sending his message.
Oh, right, because it technically was later. Okay, got it.
Yep. So I believe that was going to Sarah.
Oh, I was gonna text. So you mean to Sarah now? This one, okay. To Sarah, I basically wanted to say, surveillance at my place has increased earlier when I left. Not sure I want to return quite yet by myself. Is Have you heard anything from any of the others to be concerned about?
And Sarah, I would have texted you that. It was fine.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
No, I think Cody and Ezekiel, what they were doing went fine. Do you need backup?
My last text to her, I guess, would be like, not worried for myself.
Okay.
I think at this point, I might just buy a movie ticket and go into the theater.
Okay.
It's a late showing, I guess. It'll be like 10:30 around now. Yeah, summertime around now.
Let's see. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets is playing, as well as Die Another Day and The Ring.
The Ring. Great.
Um, I guess die another day.
All right, so it's late. Nobody seemed to have been under any threat. Carl is watching a movie. What are the others doing?
Did Dakota ever respond to my message, or?
Yeah, he was gonna meet you or something, right?
Yes. You would get
Yeah.
a message now. Sorry, got delayed. Where you want to meet?
She'll tell him the coffee shop. That's like right by her place.
All right, be there in a few minutes.
Yep.
And about 10 minutes later, he comes walking in.
Yep. Sarah will go ahead and just smile, wave, and pull out the sunglasses up on the table.
He gets a very noticeable look of relief. Picks them up, opens them up, flips them so he's looking at out the outside lens and then the inside lens. Thank you.
If don't mind my asking, what's so special about them? Sentimental attachment?
No. They are... How should I put this? Blessed by the moon.
You know, how about we go for a walk? It's a little crowded in here. Oh, just go out, take her to Go Cup and go for like a walk around the block and so blessed by the moon. They're. I'm sorry. Can you explain that any further? Or
They are, well... It's kind of hard to describe.
if you didn't have them, what would go wrong?
Nothing would go wrong per se, but they were a gift. A rather hard to make gift.
So a sentimental attachment, or
In a way,
is
yes.
that putting it too lightly?
The
I
and he kind of glances around, kind of changes direction to go into a less populated area, part of the street.
Mhm.
The world is mirrored by a spirit world. I spoke to you once before about spirits.
But an entire spirit world, they aren't just something. They cross over from their place into ours and back again.
Some do. Some can be called for purposes. Um, some inhabit this world, but the spirit world is kind of a reflection of this world. And in that place, it is easier to see some of the corruption of the wrong things, the tainted things.
Really? So, how does one see into the spirit world? Is this something? Is this something I could learn to do, or is it something inherent to what you are?
Seeing into it is an interesting prospect. No, I can actually go there.
Is that dangerous, or
What isn't dangerous?
fair enough? Well,
Let us
I would like to know
say
more.
the spirit of an angry tractor, perhaps. You know, he's kind of making stuff up here. Everything's dangerous.
Well, that's true enough, I suppose. I would like to know more about that. We ran into a ghost. It possessed a child the other day. It was a very, very nasty business, and lucky everyone came out of it alive. So I do believe I need to know a lot more about spirits.
That
How
is
to,
rather disturbing.
yes, how to find them, how to detect them, and, well, especially how to get them out of someone. It was terrifying. I think we got lucky with that one. It left the body of its own accord, but we had no way to remove it, and it was unnaturally strong.
Interesting.
But anyway, if there's any other sources you could provide on that, I would greatly appreciate it. But also, I think you mentioned I heard something that you lost these said something to do with Sean. Is that right?
Yes.
Do
I
you
don't
mind if I
know.
ask what that was about, or is that personal?
Uh, no, he confronted me on campus, accused me of attacking somebody. I don't know what he was talking about. I said as much. Um, he slammed me up against the wall. I fought back. I was getting ready to use these, and he ripped them off my face, and then so I ran. I thought he still had them.
Hmm.
He is strong. I think I may have taken him in a fight, but it would not have been without notice of sorts. And I
And
had
there's
no
no
reason to
real
fight him.
no real reason for a fight if all he was all he was looking for were answers. did you catch the name or anything about the person that he seemed to believe you had hurt?
Something about an attack in the park a few nights ago.
Ah, yes. Well, we've been looking into those, trying to track those down. You don't know anything about them?
No.
All right. Well, if you do find anything out, let us please let me know. But I may talk to Sean and see if I can smooth things out.
I would
This
say
kind of
it's
suspicion
safe
might
to
be.
say that he knows what I am.
Hmm. Wonder how he found out. Perhaps he's. I'm
Um,
unclear how other people find out these things.
the animosity between our kind goes back probably to the dawn of time. We preserve and protect the spirituality of the world from that which is wrong, and they are wrong. They lack that spirituality. They are a body with no soul, a corpse with no life. There was a time when we destroyed them on sight. We were more plentiful then. Now, numbers tip in their favor typically. So we must choose our battles. There are some that are still rather zealous in that conflict. Old timers, out of touch. But the world is changing, and I think there is more wrong than, well, him, I guess.
Fair enough. Uh, well, hmm. The more you talk, the more it makes me think that the difficulties in the park may be something significant to both of us, given your knowledge of the spirit world. That was where we first encountered the ghost that possessed the child. It was spotted there. It took him there, and then it followed him home and attacked his parents through him.
Would
Which makes me
you?
wonder if there may be something spiritually wrong with that place.
I don't know what I could learn, but could you take me there?
Yeah, of course. And I don't know how far away the park is from where we're right now, but get over there. Whichever means is most convenient. Oh yeah, very close by. Okay. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and walk over there and head over to the area where we first spotted the spirit, or where Carl first spotted the spirit.
He will walk around, um, kind of glance around, looking at there's various people scattered around. Nobody's really super paying attention to you guys, but some are, and this is, I need a distraction of some sort. I don't think we have time. Please keep an eye out to make sure nobody is watching. And he puts the sunglasses on,
Okay.
and he starts glancing around, kind of, there's somebody over there at the dog park, and there's somebody over on the football field, and he's judges until the best he can when the fewest people are looking in this direction. And he will basically grab your shoulders and spin to try to put you in between him and other people. And a
I
moment
will
later,
cooperate.
he is not there.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to wait here and do my inept best to attune myself to the spirit world. Try to pay attention to my sixth sense, whatever it may be.
Give me a perception awareness.
There we go. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 8.
Ooh, okay. And I think I'll spend a point of willpower on this.
Okay.
That'll be 2 successes with the willpower.
All right. You try to attune. You definitely get the feeling that there is something else here, something watching you. Not always watching you, but momentarily, every once in a while, you get just that feeling that you're being watched. And you almost find yourself looking at random places in the park. Here at the site for a moment, and then over towards the dog park, and off to the side towards one of the south parking lots. And then one time when you happen to be looking out towards the kind of some of the trees. Right, because the incident happened here. And there's a couple trees by the walkway over here. You're glancing there like you think something could be over there when you see Dakota step out from behind one of the trees in that direction.
Okay. I'll stroll over to join him. Any particular expression on his face? He seemed worried or anything like that? Or
No, not worried. Kind of insightful.
okay. Nothing urgent then. Stroll over to join him and
Yeah, he kind of meets you halfway. Well, this place has a weaker boundary. I don't know why. That's never been one of my strong suits. But that could explain how whatever it is came here.
And so this might be a place where other things might happen too, I suppose.
Yeah,
Wonder if he...
there were remnants. I kind of tracked it, and he kind of starts walking, and he follows the path that the ghost took, kind of down through. Dang it! No snapping. Kind of down and around here, through the trees, down the walking path, and then he stops kind of near the playground. This is where it possessed a child, you said, I think?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there were stronger emotions here. Unfortunately, they've faded too much to really get a feel of what those emotions were.
Hmm. Well, the spirit we're tracking now is, I hope, no longer going to be an issue, but it sounds like we may need to be dealing with others from this place until we find out. Until we can understand why the boundary is weaker here, and if there's anything that can be done about it.
It happens naturally at random. Some places that have more emotional importance or impact tend to have a weaker boundary. Certain events can affect that.
So perhaps the recent attacks may have weakened the boundary here temporarily, or does it need to be something more significant than that?
It's a possibility. Like I said, it was never one of my strong suits.
Yes, well, I'm
Weaker boundaries, from what I can tell, allow things that can normally cross over can cross easier, and things that can't normally cross over can sometimes force their way through. In either direction.
Is there any way to reinforce it again, or is you simply time? Do you know, or is this something else that is outside your understanding?
I can try to contact somebody and ask, but I don't know how soon I would find out anything.
Fair enough. Well, as you as you may have picked up, I have some interest in these things in this area and ways that I can use this to help protect people. And so, if you have other sources that you might be able to give me, I would very much appreciate it. But I understand if you can't promise anything.
No, most of the times when something like this, because also a weaker boundary, a permanently weaker boundary, will allow some um, other type of spiritual energy through, and that can be used for other purposes, so it naturally draws those that can sense it and manipulate it. If there were others like me nearby, this might be a good place to claim as territory, I suppose. But he kind of looks around in disgust, although we tend to prefer more wild places, not parks surrounded by city.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, thank you for all your help, Dakota. I greatly appreciate it.
And he takes his glasses off and thanks for these.
Of course. What are friends for?
At that point, let me see what time it is. Sarah, you get a text message.
I get a text message. What's it say?
It is from Sean. It says help.
I will text Carl immediately. Sean, text Carl will immediately tell him Sean needs help, and then I'm gonna. Wait, this is still while Dakota's just standing there, or does this have to be parted ways?
No, he's still standing there.
I'll just say to him, Sean needs help. I need to go. And I'm going to start heading in that direction. And I'll text Sean, and I'll text Sean back. What's happening? Where are you? I'm assuming he's at his home, but
There is no answer just yet. Is Carl the type to turn his phone off when he is in a movie?
Oh, definitely not.
What a detail about a character to have.
He doesn't have enough friends to do that.
So yeah,
If someone is calling him, it's probably important.
you get a message.
What the hell am I supposed to do about it from here? Okay, I guess I'll leave the movie theater.
Was going to say I was going to go by the apartments and check on Sean when I left the place, just so you know. I was going to say that.
Yeah, I text Carl first, but I do text the others too.
No, I guess Carl just head to his truck, and I guess when he gets to his truck, he'll send a text message back to Sarah at the theater. Where's Sean?
He hasn't replied. He just said he just said help.
Okay, and I'll drive back to the apartment place.
Looks like Cody was the farthest away.
But I would have.
But he had a head start. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have started already over there once I messaged and called people and told them I was fine. I was gonna head over there because I wanted to check out who these people were that were watching him. So.
Carl does not drive quickly, because after all, Sean is a vampire.
Yep. Let's do this. Everybody roll a d10. Sarah, add, we'll say 4 to your roll. Carl, you can add as much as you want to your roll. The lower number will get there first. And then Ezekiel, if you wish to go that way too, you can roll. You would have about as much of a head start as Cody would.
Oh, look at that. You drive faster than I do.
Here we go.
All right, so Ezekiel, you are pulling in to the area first. You can see that out down the street, before you even get close to the apartment itself, there are about 10 people kind of loitering in the middle of the street. They look aggressive.
Oh.
They seem to be staring at the apartment. Occasionally, as you get to where you can start to make up details, they occasionally pick up rocks and throw them at the building.
Okay.
All right. Assuming everybody's on their way, they're not checking messages while they're driving, so.
Probably not.
Um,
You kind of hang out a bit of a distance
yeah,
away.
I'm just going to hang out here from a bit of a distance, yeah, and just keep an eye on things and
so
things
Cody,
progressed and all.
yeah, Cody, you pull up to see Ezekiel kind of hanging out some distance away.
And I see these guys, these hooligans basically throwing rocks. I will drive up right to them.
Okay.
I'm curious how they respond. Do they disperse or do they not care?
No, they begin to throw rocks at your car.
All right.
And a couple of them then start to run towards the doors of your car and start to try to.
Wait. Way before they get to that point, I pulled out my gun and fired one shot into the air. That's
right.
enough from you guys. And I will, does it stop them at all?
Nope. I'm going to need
Jesus.
initiative.
No. Okay.
Let me find
Who are these people? Oh, is my vision still on, or no? Does that go
no,
off at that point?
one scene.
Of course.
Let me drag out.
I wasn't trying to kill them. I just wanted to scare them off. But maybe they're undead or something. If that's the case. What are they doing? Oh, just so we can click on tokens? Okay.
Yep. And
Is the initiative clear?
it is clear, yes. And then it did not clear as soon as somebody rolled something. It populated.
Oh,
I
it only
see
populated
one.
for you.
Yeah, it populated for me. I see a whole bunch of stuff. So let me
Clear it again.
clear it again.
Roll 20 is haunted. Must be the weekend spirit boundary on the GM side.
All right, roll yours
The
again,
number-
and then manually change it to 16.
I will.
The numbers are coming through from the spirit world.
There you
Oh, that's a number. Why does everyone we deal with always have a +10 to initiative? What's up with that?
go. Probably not hooligans.
They are probably not hooligan. All right, so next round, Sarah will show up, and then the round after, Carl will show up. Dr. Ezekiel, you see Cody driving up towards the crowd. They start to confront it. Cody fires off a couple shots, and now things seem like they're going to get serious. What are you going to do?
I am going to stay the hell back because I'm not going to.
I feel like just like Cody deal with this. He's got guns. He can handle it himself.
And what about Cody?
So they are approaching my car right at this basic moment, right?
Yes.
And they were not phased at all by me shooting in the air, right?
No.
Like a threat shot. Okay. I think I'm just gonna back up my car at that point. And I'm probably gonna activate second sight because I want to know what these things are.
Okay. They declare last and go first. Several of them, we'll say 4 out of the 10, rush your car as you are trying to throw it in reverse and get out of there. A couple of them, you don't know exactly how many, decide then to rush towards the apartment.
Of course they do.
So going towards the car.
Hey, look, they're attacking my car. Everything I do now is something.
They are attacking your car.
Everything I do now is self-defense. Instead, pulling out a bundle of dynamite.
Actually, a shotgun to their faces will probably change their minds.
Mines? You seem to be assuming a lot of these things.
Yeah, true. I don't know what they are yet. We'll find out soon enough.
It may rearrange their skulls. I'm not sure it'll change their minds.
True. So what are they gonna do?
I'm trying to see what. How your car would resist damage here.
Oh, look, it's a nice sturdy pickup truck. It should resist damage. You can buy cheap ones, even if it's speed up and old.
Ah, there it is. Okay. All right, so a couple of them run up, and they seem to be glomming onto the car. A couple of them will punch the car. You may give me a wits plus drive.
Okay. 6.
As kind of a generic dodge roll here. Yeah, difficulty 6.
You got 2. Oh.
All right.
Here. I'm gonna have to do some repairs to my truck.
Yeah, you have not managed to put some distance between you yet. They seem to be trying for the door handles and punching. They need to do... All right.
I'm assuming a truck still resists a reasonable amount of damage, so.
Yeah. I'm going to 5, 6, 7. Looks like 8 for the 2 top. So there are a couple minor dents. Nothing.
Nothing too severe.
Yeah, nothing too severe that a dent puller won't fix out. Right? They're not punching with superhuman strength here. And then you manage to, on your turn, what are you going to do? Finish peeling out in reverse?
First, I'm gonna turn on my second sight. What are these things?
They all look like corpses.
Oh, of course they do. You said there were some heading towards the apartment, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna do something stupid.
Oh boy.
Yep. I'm gonna drive forward instead, right into the group that are trying to charge for the building.
Okay.
Basically running people over. Oopsies. Sorry, guys. Don't know how that works for running people over and how much damage that does, but it'll cause some chaos.
Yep.
Do they look like they're like in their right mind, or they just look weirdly like almost feral?
They looked like they were in their right mind.
Okay. Yeah. What do I get to roll for this one?
Dex plus drive.
Okay. I'm trying to do like a bowling ball maneuver here and just kind of bowl them all over, knocking them down, throwing them to the ground. If I run one over, okay, it's fine. All right, Dex plus drive.
Yeah.
5. I still have my rerolls though, right? Don't they stay for the day?
Let me see.
Or is it like a scene thing?
I think it might be a session thing.
Yeah, I think it's...
Yeah, once per game session, you can use it.
Right, but it should last like the session itself. Like it doesn't end with me when because this would still be part of the same day. Number one, and I still have 2 rolls left, so because I haven't used them
Yep,
before.
they last for the session.
Okay, cool, sweet. I will use one now. All right, 5. It's a 6, right? DC 6. 26.
Yes.
Well, that's not good.
That is a botch.
Except I have a reroll, and I don't get to botch. I have 3.
Yep. You see in yourself that if you go for the biggest crowd of people, they are going to easily get out of the way, causing you to crash into a light pole. So you manage to tweak it to a different direction. And there were 4 of them going that way. They get to dodge. Or try to.
We actually hit something. Oh, not that one. Wow. These rolls. Okay.
Well, people can easily jump to the side. Only one of them is stupid enough to keep running in the direction you're traveling in.
Yeah. Hey, but it slowed them down. That was my intent. They had the dodge, so it kind of slowed them down.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is going to be... What's the weapons chart?
What does the car count as?
Heavy melee.
I'm going to say... You weren't going too fast just yet. So 10 plus 2, 12. You get to roll 12 dice.
Okay.
That's a number.
Difficulty 6 still?
Difficulty 6. And this is going to be aggravated damage, so they do not get to soak this.
Six.
All right.
From my truck damage.
There is a satisfying speed bump. You roll over the guy, and you notice in your rearview mirror that he is on the ground, but he is starting to roll over to stand back up. The
Just not
others,
okay.
yeah, the others scattered, and they will rush into the apartment at this point. So there's 3 now going inside.
Did that at least slow them down? That was
Not
sort of my
really.
intent. No? Oh, okay. I was trying to hopefully slow them down. That was
No.
sort of my intent here.
They are going at a full run. Of which they can run 35 yards per turn. So even with a detour of getting out of the way from the truck,
Mhm.
they're going to make it inside.
They still run really fast.
Yeah. They seem to run almost superhumanly fast, but
Of
not
course
quite.
they do.
More like they can ignore the pain from their feet from stepping on uneven surfaces and rocks and sharp objects.
They're more efficient runners.
Yep.
Just got an entire beer bottle shoved through one foot and just keeps going.
All right, we're going to expedite this. Everybody shows up on this turn that wasn't there, so everybody can roll initiative.
Wait, do I want to roll initiative? This seems really dangerous.
Yeah, you gotta succeed again. Look at that.
Yeah.
They rolled really bad this time.
Yeah. Look at that.
Which means some of us get to go first. Wow, we all rolled incredibly well. We all get to go first.
They're going to declare first. So the 3 inside, you're not sure exactly what they're doing. The others now are going to turn and run towards the truck because it's the closest target. And it looks like they are going to attempt to try to get the doors open and get Cody out of the truck.
Oh no.
Sarah, you come running from a slightly different angle as everybody else.
Oh yeah, because she was coming from north.
Yeah. So from your angle, you see a car on the far side of this group. There is a crowd of people with Cody's truck kind of in the middle of it. They don't seem to be paying attention to you at all. They seem to be swarming this truck.
They're swarming Cody's truck. That's very bad. All right, I am going to activate Ward, and I am going to move to try to protect Cody as best I can.
Dakota from beside you, and you're probably aware that when you took off running, he took off running too.
And has probably been slowing himself down slightly.
Yeah. Friends of yours?
No, I don't know what those are. That's Cody's truck. I don't... What are they doing swarming?
Rhetorically asks.
Oh, okay.
And
Sarah missing it.
You hear an audible sigh, but you guys are still a distance away, and there's obviously a commotion up ahead. So any eyes out here would be looking towards the commotion. He is one moment running beside you, and then the next moment he is pulling ahead on all fours as a rather large wolf
Good boy.
Boy, good luck on the media covering this one up.
So that is his intention is going to run up there and engage. Dr. Ezekiel, what is your declaration?
I think I'm gonna call Sean and let him know that he's got 3 incoming. And I guess I will head inside and see if there's anything I can do about that. But yeah, so I'll head towards the door while I'm doing that.
Okay. What is Carl's intention? You are pulling in kind of towards the back of this pack as well, with Dr. Ezekiel and Cody's car, Cody up ahead of you.
Probably jump out of my truck and grab one of my wrenches and start smacking some of these PCP addicts.
Cody.
Oh. So the big crew, like a large group is rushing my truck, right?
Yes.
But 3 of them went rushing towards the apartment, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna grab my shotgun and follow the 3 going towards the apartment. Would I be able to do that, or would they be in my way?
They would
'Cause I
be in
drove
your
past
way.
them. Well, I drove past them. I drove into them, remember?
You drove towards the ones rushing towards the house. The others rushed towards the truck. So there are at least 3 of them between you and getting out of the truck. And then
Okay,
the
now I
others are
understand.
rushing the truck itself. So you might be able
Okay.
to open up a side door and try to dive past some of them.
Right, with a bit of luck if I wanted to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
My car's the better weapon. I'm going to slam it in reverse and run over the ones coming charging at the truck from the back.
Okay.
So, yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to use my car to my advantage right now, and I'm because I can hit more of them with my car than I can my shotgun.
This is how we in the hunter business define a corpse run.
Look, everything here is self-defense, okay? Well, they can write it up as like gang activity or something. I don't care.
All right, Cody, you are first.
All right, truck time.
We're going to
Sorry.
say that the 3 that are around the truck are not going to be in the path of your truck if you're in reverse of the... Let's see, there were 3. 1 got ran over. So probably 3 behind your truck that you can run over again going into reverse.
That's fine.
So give me another drive plus dexterity.
Okay. If I do a reroll, it'd be my last reroll. But it's with the truck. Why not? I'll do a reroll on this, and we'll just deal from there after that. I still have other things. I still got willpower if I need it and things like that. So. 3 for the first one.
All right, 3. No, you're just
I mean,
making one drive
so
check.
3.
Oh, the reroll. Got it.
Yeah, that was the reroll. Mm-hmm. So 3.
get 3 of them that were not trying to dodge this turn because they were going to try to do something. So you get
Oh, right.
13 dice of damage. And this one, roll 3
Wait.
times, 1 for each.
Oh, thank God, because how did I roll a 0 for one of them?
What?
That's a lot of ones.
So
Holy
bad for
fuck.
damage. 6 for the second one. That's a little bit better. 5 for the last. One of them, I just flip him or something, and he doesn't
Yeah,
even get hurt.
one of them goes up and over. The other 2 go under the tires. And I forgot. There was also one that was standing up, so he would also be in the way. So roll that damage again for the initial target.
9. Oh.
Okay. The first one you ran over, you backed up and ran over him again. Besides the speed bumping and the thump, there is also a very audible squishing noise. And one of them is pasted.
Okay. They're all dead. Oh, they're already all dead. It's fine.
Yeah. This one is
Fine.
not getting up, though.
Squish.
I've reduced their numbers. That was my goal.
Carl. Besides a rampaging truck in the way, you can easily get up to a target. Probably a fresh target at this point.
Okay.
Getting to one of
Is
the
it-
run over targets would take some work, so.
No, I don't want to get anywhere near that other truck. Does take an action to get out of the truck, my truck, and grab my wrench?
No, that was
okay.
part of getting up here.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna take a swing at one of them for the first round that I'm fighting.
Okay. At this junction, they don't seem intent on dodging at the moment. So
2 successes for the cleave.
Yep, you get up there kind of without him noticing you. So whatever your normal cleave damage is, 1 carries over, so 1 extra die.
Only 1?
Oh wow, that is a terrible roll.
Yeah, I got 3 1s. I got 1.
It's a glancing blow. He happened to be having like a thick leather jacket that seemed to absorb most of it.
Okay.
Ezekiel.
All right. So so as I'm running in, I'm calling Sean and letting him know that there's 3 that have made it inside and on their way towards him.
All right. You are calling.
He can pick up if he picks up.
It seems to connect, but nobody says anything.
Sean, you there? Sean, look, I don't know if you can hear me, but 3 have already made it inside, running, coming towards you. So if you've got another way to get out of there, it may be time to do that.
Um,
There's no response, and I'll just keep moving
no,
in.
you hear
Building.
kind of like an acknowledgement, but not a spoken word.
Okay.
Communicative grunt.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
And then a moment later, what sounds like perhaps the floor jumping up to hit the phone, or the phone falling to the floor.
One or the other. Yeah.
And I did not roll for Sean either. I'll roll for him afterwards. Dakota is going to plow into one of these things. Two carries over to damage.
Right.
Sarah.
Just one sec. Just remembered that. Okay, that's fine. Just checking to see if I had any nightmares, but I'm fine today. Alright, so I am going to use Ward, which is going to be Stamina plus Zeal. Not my best dice pool, but I'm going to go ahead and risk some conviction on this. We'll go with a 5 conviction. And dice are fucking haunted tonight. That's only 2 successes, but that should hopefully be enough. So now any of them that want to get within 1 yard of me are going to have to make a stamina roll and get more than 2 successes. And well, I was going to try and give Cody some cover. I think I'll go ahead and start moving. Cody is like near the entrance to the apartment building, right?
Nope, he's getting farther
Yeah.
away now.
Well,
Getting farther away. Okay.
I'm sort of like driving back and forth, running over people in that area.
All right. Well,
what I'm doing.
I think I'm going to go ahead and try to move around the horrific carnage that's taking place and get inside the apartment building.
Okay. Give me a Dex plus Stealth, difficulty 6.
I'm not actually trying to be stealthy. I'm trusting in the fact that these things simply can't reach me.
He's just walking right by
I
them.
see.
He's just walking by them.
In fact, if they decide to try to hurt me instead of someone else, that's kind of okay with me because they'll fail. They won't be able to touch me. My plan at this point is just kind of like find a doorway they want to get through and plant myself there and point and laugh.
Yeah, I think if I saw Sarah, I would yell. There's 3 already inside. I would probably yell that out if I see you, just so you know.
Okay.
And then that's them. Let's see, 1 is dead, 3 were run over, and 1 was flipped over, so they are going to try to stand up. There are 3 inside. So there's one that is not currently engaged. He is going to go and this time attempt to punch the window of the truck.
Okay.
The others are going to turn, and one is going to engage Carl, the other is going to engage Dakota. They do not have wound penalty. I think if he does 3 health levels of damage, he is going to punch through this window.
Okay.
Only 2. The window
So it
cracks.
Okay.
And then, let's see, Carl is going to abort and face off against Carl. Doesn't actually get to do anything this turn, and the same with the one going after Dakota. Dakota, however, gets to go again. And he fails. Okay.
Cool.
Let's see how many he can do. Oh. Okay, let me reframe that.
Lord. How many attacks he gets?
He goes into Cuisinart mode.
Okay.
Concerning.
Good Lord.
Fine.
Ah, 0. Just smack one around for a moment.
So the last one, he is clawing and biting this one. He had previously done 3.3 damage. That is up to 8. 11. The one that puts it up to 19 damage shreds it, which is why there's nothing for that 0 anyway.
It's him clawing into the dead corpse.
Yep. Let's see. Going upstairs. So yeah, when Sarah gets inside, there is you can hear the boot steps going upstairs. So they do have a head start on you. Ezekiel also has a head start on you. You would probably see Ezekiel just ahead of you going up the stairs.
All right.
None of the others seem to get in your way of getting into the building. So initiative again.
Oh, not a good one. It's not good.
Ooh.
And of course. Yeah. Those guys I think my truck window's gonna get broken.
Sean and I both rolled 10s, and they're still faster than us.
Yeah, they rolled insanely high.
This is gonna be a tricky one to cover up after the fact. Just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just running over people with my car, like back and forth, back and forth. Like, how do I explain this one?
I don't think you're
Also,
worried
we're
too
going to
much.
explain how all these rotting corpses got here.
Yes. Oh my God, they are going to turn into running corpses. You're right. Somebody pulled a horrible prank and left them here, and I just happened to run them over. Sorry.
Ezekiel, making the rest of the way up to the apartment.
That is the plan.
Assuming you get there, what are you going to attempt to do?
If there's one that's there, if they're actually there in front of the apartment,
You broke up. I don't know if you continued.
yeah, I think what I'll probably do is I'm gonna make sure that that they can't see me. Probably turn on hide.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I need to look something up. Cody, what are you doing?
How many's left?
There are 3 now in front of you, getting up and trying to steady themselves again. 3 are in the apartment, so then there are
And a couple dealing with. Right. Okay.
yeah, there are
I'll
2
focus on
more.
the 3 in front of me. Yeah, I'll focus on the 3 in front of me and run them over again.
Okay.
I know I have the one hitting my window as well, right? That wouldn't be. Is that counted as the one in front of me too, or not really?
No.
That's a different one technically, right? Okay, that's fine. I'll deal with the one hitting my window in a second. Oh, I might have to deal with him first, actually, because he's about to punch my window again, I'm assuming. So.
Yeah. Well, right now we're just declaring. So you're going to run over 3 more in front of you.
Yeah, he would do that.
All right, Sarah.
All right, I'm going to try to push further into the apartment complex, see what the situation is there, and I'm looking for an opportunity to plant myself in a choke point and stop these things from getting to Sean.
You would be able to stop any more that came in from the outside, but the ones ahead of you are already going to be ahead of you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and I'll plant myself to prevent anyone else from getting in, and I'm going to go ahead and prepare to be using defense to bluster against any attacks that I can see going on against friends.
Okay. Sean is going to do something. The Walking Dead are going to do something. The ones down below, they're going to attempt to dodge out of the way of the truck that is going to run them over, as well as then try to jump on so that they can proceed to beat the truck without being in fear of being run over again. The others, one is going to attempt to fight Carl, and the one that had punched through the glass, he's gonna like try to stand on the runner board or whatever by the door so that he can then reach in and probably try to start choking out Cody.
But he's gonna try to what?
He's going to try to get a grab on you so that he can then either start trying to choke you or whatever.
He didn't break the window yet. Remember, it's only cracked.
Oh, that's right. It's cracked. So yeah, he is going to attempt to hop on with one hand, grab the A-frame so he can try to stay with the car again, and then punch through the glass again.
Oh, I see. So he's gonna hop on while I'm moving. That way he can continue while I'm still moving.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Understand. Okay.
And Dakota... he does not want to get in front of the truck and be run over with those. So he is also going to, at this point, try to run into the apartment. All right, one going after Carl.
Didn't ask what I was going to do.
How did I?
But
I
was intending to do 2 swings and a dodge. So I guess my first action will be a dodging for this.
Yeah, I thought I counted up. Huh, I
You
must
wanna
have
roll
hit
to
the arrow first.
It's also a little later than the others hitting. I could have probably counted the confused.
Yeah, so you can attempt to dodge. He is going to attempt to punch you.
Does he hit?
We shall see. He's going to be hitting if you don't dodge.
Four extra.
Okay,
No,
so
3.
3, one of them is for the attack, so 2 carry over to damage. This is bashing damage, so you can soak this.
Soak is just stamina?
Yeah, just stamina. He's only doing 1. You tense up and deflect, and no
Cool.
effect. Alright, the 3 up there. From those in the apartment, you hear some basically breaking of wood. The 3 that were standing up now run towards the car. We're going to say the one punching at the window to try to break it is going to go next, though.
Out.
Alright, so it was 3 last time. They have a crack, so it's 2 or more this time.
Okay.
Alright,
Yeah.
side window shatters.
Alright, fair.
You're showered in broken glass. The other 3 now are going to attempt to jump on. I'm going to give them a Dex plus Brawl. No, Athletics. Dex plus Athletics to get on, opposed by your drive roll.
Okay. Do you want me to do the drive roll now then?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so we drive plus dex on this one?
Yeah, drive plus Dex.
Great.
Alright, you shake one of them off, but 2 manage to latch on. So they are no longer targets for being run over just yet.
Okay.
One is not fighting Dakota, one was fighting Carl and he attacked. The others are inside, that one's dead, that one is dead. Okay. Dakota is next. He is running inside. Your ward, does it stop anything from moving up?
It stops monsters. I
Alright.
may
Roll.
if he's coming up behind me, I'll step to one side, give him room to pass by. But
I don't know if you have the option.
How big is your ward?
1 yard around me.
Ooh, that might cover the whole hallway.
That was the plan. Yes.
So he has to make a roll to get
He
through
can
it.
he can make a stamina roll, and 3 successes, you can just go through.
Yep, stamina.
He's
All
gonna
right.
hit you like a wall, be like, what the hell? I thought he was ahead of you.
No, Dakota came in last. Alright, stamina roll in this form is 6.
There you go.
Oh yeah, he just runs right past it, doesn't notice.
Oh, okay. That's deeply concerning, but also rather helpful this particular moment.
Yeah.
It's like, ha, I'm protected in my... Oh shit.
Not from him. Add that to the notes.
Oh wow, he rolled really good.
Yeah, he rolled really good. Alright, Sean. I need to roll damage here. There is a kind of a thump from up above. Something seems to be happening. Sarah, you go further up. You're probably catching up to Ezekiel. Ezekiel will be able to get past you this time, but you can catch up and get to the landing to where you can see down the hall. You see the large wolf ahead of you. There is broken splinters of door in the hallway and no other walking dead at the moment that you can see. So presumably they are inside.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to get a view inside, so maybe I can actually stop someone from dying today.
Make me a Dex plus Athletics roll.
Dex plus athletics.
Difficulty will be 6. You'll have to get 3 or more to actually get to the doorway.
I do have natural runner, where my dex counts as 1 point higher for movement rates. Would that apply here as well?
You can roll 1 more die.
Sure. And I'll go ahead and add 1 point of willpower as well. And that'll be 2 successes.
All right, so not quite there this turn, but next turn easily.
All right.
All right, Carl, you get to take your 2 swings.
Okay.
At a -3 and a -4.
4 and then 5.
Oh, 4 and 5, yeah.
Right, because it's 3 actions.
Right,
including
and
dodge.
dodge was first.
First one had 3 successes.
So 2 carry over to damage?
Yeah, unless he's dodges or something.
He is not.
Only 2 for damage there.
Okay.
One additional success for the second blow.
All right, so 1 carries over to damage.
Three that time.
Okay.
Glowy smack smack.
His jacket is smoldering a little bit. He is still up. All right, Cody.
So the guy just smashed through my windshield, right? And I have 2 on my hood of my truck. Is that basically my understanding?
Yeah, kind of the hood. One's maybe on top of the cab.
Okay. And if I change my action, it's a -1 to the dice roll, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because I still have the 1 in front of me, because that's the one I planned on running over, right?
Correct. There's still 1 in front of you.
Okay. I can then. Are there any trees or something? No, wait. The entrance to the thing. Okay. Can I back up, potentially throwing them off, and ram the guy? This is gonna be tricky, but ram the guy on my window into like a pole or something where the apartment is or something. Like there's got to be a pole or something around that I could like sort of scrape right next to it and ram into it. Just knock him off. Would that work?
That would be a driving stunt, so it would be difficult. As far as knocking people off, maybe in the impact with the pole.
Yeah, sort of the idea that it's like a hard enough hit, and it's that it's gonna knock him off.
Yep. So you want to try to graze a pole to do as little damage as possible to the truck, and yet more to the guy on the side of the truck.
Yeah, that's the goal.
I think this would be difficulty 8. Dex plus drive.
All right, and that's a -1 because I'm changing, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. And I can use a point of willpower to get an automatic success, right?
You can.
Okay, cool. I will do that. Okay, so you said 8, right?
Yes.
One, so 2.
That is enough. You actually managed to do it. Let's see. He is going to roll strength to try to hang on. The difficulty is going to be 9. Alright, he manages to hold on. However, roll 8 dice for damage.
8.
Okay.
Dodge, so he's just
Let's
soaking
see.
that.
The one on the car, there he is. So he takes 4 damage as you graze this pole, and it is very uncomfortable. It squishes him between the pole and the car, and obviously does some physical damage to the guy. The others are going to roll athletics
To stay on, right? Because
to
I'm
stay
moving
on.
quickly. So.
Yeah. They're probably going to be able to stay on.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, yeah. The other 2 still manage to stay on. Let me roll strength to see if that guy... Oh no, he did stay on. Okay. I was going to roll again to see if he stood on, but he already made it once.
Yeah.
All right, that was...
The others just don't take damage, right?
Right.
It's only him taking the damage, right? That's fine.
Ezekiel.
All right. So, the door's busted in, right? No.
Yes.
And
Door's busted
Alright, so
in.
there's
There
nobody
is
there.
a large wolf figure rushing to the door ahead of you. Sarah managed to push her way between you and the door as well,
Right.
but hasn't quite gotten there. But you had a lead, so you will be able to get there this turn.
All right. So yeah, I'm going to activate hide. That is 6 plus mercy. Oh. Yeah. And yeah, and then start slowly, carefully going in, and as far as I can, and looking around for Thon. That's yeah, 4 successes on that.
that is, in a sense, right.
Yeah.
Perception alertness roll difficulty 6 is made to see if they can see you. Difficulty is reduced for those with extraordinary senses.
I'm not really sure what the success is on the actual
It's
roll
opposed. They
thing.
have to get more than you.
It's opposed. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Right. Makes sense then.
Alright, so the Walking Dead, they do not have extraordinary senses. Perception alertness. Shit,
Wow.
they
Sounds
see you.
impressive.
Not that they are paying much attention to you.
There's a wolf in there too, right?
Yeah. Let's see, Sean does not see you.
Of course. That's helpful.
Come on. Somehow scrolled off the page with Dakota stats. So this one is a difficulty 5. Dakota does not see you either.
Very
The
good
host-
at hiding from our allies.
The hostile people, they know
That
right where
works
you
well.
are.
Of course they do.
Of course they do.
So going
Great.
inside,
Very.
you see 3 of the Walking Dead are engaged. They are surrounding Sean. Sean seems to be standing there, basically going toe to toe with them. And off to the side is I have his name now. Somewhere here. Ricardo. Is Ricardo with a rather large knife.
Roommate.
Also, yeah, his roommate. Also
Yep.
standing toe to toe with them. Let's see.
Great.
And then Dakota and Sean both. Sean seems to move insanely fast, as well as Dakota. So Sean punches the guy again. He hits. Alright. All right. He manages to, in your sight, punch this guy 2 more times really quick. And his fist seems to hit a lot harder than you would expect. And then Dakota. He's going to get 5 additional attacks here. Okay. He is going to start on the one that is not engaged by Sean or Ricardo. Okay. There is a rending of flesh and gnashing of teeth as one of these is savage pretty good, but he is still up and standing. All right, initiative. Oh, let me clear it.
Alright. Not sure how much longer this is going to run, but I do need to get to bed soon.
This should be the last one.
Okay.
Of course.
All right, Carl, what's your declaration? Same thing, dodge.
Same.
Dodge.
Yep, same thing. Yep.
Okay. Dakota's going to do the same thing. Ezekiel.
Are you muted?
Possibly.
We lost your sound.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Defensive attack. Don't really think there's much else
Okay.
he's going to contribute in this situation.
So a defense and an attack? Cody. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Cody, what's your declaration? You've got 3 still hanging on. 1 has been hurt pretty badly.
The one that's been hurt is the one hanging on to my car
on the
window
side,
still,
yeah.
right?
I will say this too, since we're still close to the top of the round. You hear sirens in the distance.
That's going to be awkward.
Right. Still a few minutes away, though, right? Or a few moments away. We'll call it that.
They are in the distance, yes.
Mm.
Just now reaching the point where you're starting to hear them over the roar of your truck and scraping light poles and stuff.
All right. I'm going to rev up and slam this guy into the light pole again, and stop very, very fast. A little bit after, like pretty much close to Carl, and just hopefully fly these guys off of the truck. Maybe that's the hope.
Okay.
But I'm gonna hit this guy again.
So that sounds like 2 actions then. 1 to hit and then 1 to offensively stop.
Sure, makes sense.
Sarah, you're going to be able to get up there and see what is going on.
I'm going to bluster some enemy attacks.
All right. Sean is going to attempt to punch his way out of this situation again, as well as Ricardo is attempting to slice his way out of the situation. And the Walking Dead, they are going to attempt, now that they are here, to attack Sean. And this needs a lot. Their difficulty here is a 10.
Two on a 10. Dirty.
Yep. Trying to see what the damage is needed. Alright, first of all, Sean's going to get a defense. Alright, he evades that one. The next one. Gets 1. He is going to abort his second celerity action for another defense. Alright, so yeah, these 2 that are still on him, that Dakota is not slashing, pull stakes out and are attempting to stab them into his heart.
Oh dear.
Well, they've done their homework.
Let's see. On Cody's car, they are just going to do straight stamina rolls. And you get to roll 8 dice to soak this. or they get to roll strength rolls rather.
Do I get to roll 8 dice?
8 dice to soak, yeah, for the car.
Only 2.
So 2 times. Roll 1 more.
3.
Alright, so the first one manages to get 1, so another small dent. The second one does nothing. And one is going to try to fight Dakota. Sean now has 1 action left because he doesn't have his 2 speed actions. He is going to attempt to punch this guy again. For 6 damage. Alright, one of them that he punched that he was punching beforehand, the skull caves in and it slumps to the ground. And Ricardo slices at 1. Okay. Sarah, you are going to...
I'm moving up to get a view of the room, and I
Yep.
guess, yeah, there won't be any attacks left to bluster this round.
No. Thankfully, nothing was needed this round. You do see one of the 3 is on the floor now. There is one engaging with Dakota, and one still seems to be attempting to stake Sean, though Sean is fighting back, and Ricardo is also fighting back with a rather large sword.
Why did he have the sword?
What?
Who just has those lying around? Weirdos.
Somebody went to his
I have
apartment
one
and
laying
saw him
around.
in guard mode, and he had a gun at his hip and a sword at his side.
Oh, I must have missed the sword before.
He is Sean's bodyguard. Cody. So, 2 drive rolls. The first one at -2, the second one at -3. You get to decide which one is first if you want to. What was it? One was shake the
No.
people off, and one was run the light pole again.
Yeah. I'll do the light pull first,
Okay.
then. So you said -2 for that one?
Yeah, -2. Your difficulty is still an 8.
All right. 23. Can I use willpower again or no?
You can.
So. At 8, right? Zero, so only 1.
All right, so
It
you
gives me
manage to get close enough. You don't do extra damage, but you still get to roll your 8 dice for
the hitting. Okay.
Yep, for hitting it.
6.
All right. Let me roll something here. He gets knocked off as you scrape him off the pole. And then now roll a Dex plus Drive at a -3.
3. Okay. Can I use the willpower again, or I don't know how many
Yes.
times I can do processing. Oh,
As long
sweet.
as you have willpower.
I do.
It's 1 per roll.
Got it. All right. Is this a normal 6 for this one?
Yes.
Well, okay. My pot does that negate this or no? Because I used the willpower.
It negates the botch.
Okay.
And gives you 1 success. No, yeah, the 1 is taken away by the 1. So you fail
Right.
to knock
Yeah.
them off, but no botch.
Right. Okay. Cool. I'm okay with that.
All right. Ezekiel.
All right. I did an attack as well as defense, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Do you have a knife on me, so I can
One
hold that and go
is
after them. There's one on Dakota and one on
Sean, yes.
on Sean, right? Yeah, I'll go after the one that's going after Sean. So, I'm assuming that's dex plus melee.
Yep, Dex melee, diff 6.
Okay. Four successes.
3 carry over to damage.
Right. And I think this is the first time I've pulled this out. I'm not actually sure.
Knife is strength plus 1. So you're going to do strength plus 4.
It's 5.
All right. You take a nice gouge out of that guy. I am going to roll Dakota's attacks. All right, he misses once. He is going to shred the one on him, and the other one as well. He gets 8 damage on 5 attacks. Nine on 40, however, his only needed a few more. Okay. Carl, you have one on you.
2 slaps first.
You get your 2 attacks. He never attacked either, so you're at -2 and -3.
Three
2 carry
successes.
over.
Four.
Is that damage or the second attack?
That's the damage.
All right. Roll your second attack.
Nothing.
All right, that's gonna miss. End of the round. The few that are still on Cody's car roll off because now several down there are dead and start to run. The one you just attacked, Carl, also turns to run. And it looks like that's it.
Oh, did the one I knock off the mirror? Is he dead?
No, he is also going to attempt to run.
Okay.
Do you guys wish to let them go?
The police are coming, right?
Carl's not going to chase it.
The sirens are
Yeah.
getting louder.
Oh wait. I used up all my actions, so second attack off. Can't hit him with a trail. Oh well.
Oh, to track him.
Yeah, if we were like a group or something.
One is still on the ground and getting up. You would have a chance next turn to get him before he runs off.
I'm gonna try that then.
Oh, that's what I knocked off my mirror, right?
Yeah. I will say go ahead and roll your trail on him.
Yeah, if they're running, I will just grab my shotgun and run up towards Sean's apartment.
Okay. We can deal with the after effect afterwards.
3 successes. Should last
Alright.
18 hours then.
Okay. Make a note of that because I will also try to make a note of this. Cody gets out of the car and starts to run up. Everybody else inside sees the 3 dead Walking Dead. Sean seems oddly composed, like this took nothing out of him because he's dead. He doesn't actually have any exertion. Dakota, a moment later, stops and is looking around, totally oblivious to Sarah. Or no, to Ezekiel. And after a minute, the sirens are getting louder and louder, and then they stop. There's no more sirens. And Sean's phone rings for a moment, and then a text message arrives, and he will look at it and kind of look relieved. We have about an hour, and we can stop there.
We have an hour to clean this mess up.
Okay, we just have to eat all the bodies.
Yeah.
Eat the body.
Clean up the entire mess. Don't leave anything left.
Everybody gain a point of conviction. And 5 experience points.
Lost 2, but gained 1. That's so good. That's not too bad then. 5, you said? Not bad.
5, yes.
All
I
right.
guess I'll be putting a boost in my drive skill now that I've done all that combat in my.
Apparently, the car is just the best weapon in the game. Who knew?
I killed like 3 of them with it. It was great.
Is that a specialty for driving?
Is there a specialty for driving?
Special
For driving vehicular
specialty Mad
manslaughter?
Max.
Specialty, yes. Vehicular manslaughter. My specialty. You know exactly how to kill people with my car. It's fine. It's perfect. No, it's only a 2,
All
so it'll be
right.
3. You don't get a specialty till 4, right? On this
4,
4,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So I'll put it at 3, and then maybe next time I'll get the specialty of slaughtering people with my truck. It's fine.
Ramming is a recommended specialty for drive. Okay.
See, there you go. Yes. Ramming corpses. See, it's all good.
And
Right.
let's see, next game is the 22nd. I know nothing in advance yet. However, warning, since football season has started, there is the slim chance that I will have to drive shuttle for people getting to and from any given game if there is a home game. So I will let you know as I know more.
Yes.
Right.
You want to look at the schedule for
Sounds good.
Vegas.
Yeah.
22nd, I think I will be out of town that weekend. Fortunate. All right.
Yep. All right. Good night. Thanks for hanging out, people.
Bye.
Right.